and we were having a most entertaining time with Liszt, that lovely June afternoon, and he did not feel disposed to be interrupted by a stranger. In spite of himself, he could not help doing justice to her talent, saying, she did not play at all badly. This, however, the poor girl never knew. She probably wept briny tears of disappointment when she returned to her hotel. While Liszt resented being called a piano teacher, he nevertheless was one, in the higher sense of the term. It was the difference between the scientific college professor of genius and the ordinary school teacher which distinguished him from the rank and file of musical instructors. Nobody could be more appreciative of talent than Liszt was, even of talent which was not of the first order, and I was often amazed to see the trouble he would give himself with some industrious young girl who had worked hard over big compositions like Schumann's Carnival, or Chopin's sonatas. At one of the musical gatherings at the Fräuleinsstar, music teachers in Weimar, to whose simple home Liszt liked to come, I have heard him accompany on a second piano Chopin's E minor concerto, which was technically well played, by a girl of 19 from the Stuttgart Conservatory. It was a contrast to see this young girl, with her rosy cheeks, big brown eyes, and healthy, everyday sort of talent, at one piano, and Liszt, the colossal artist, at the other. He was then 63 years old, but the fire of youth burned in him still. Like his successor, Paderewski, Liszt sat erect, and never bent his proud head over the stupid keys, as he called them, even deprecating his pupils doing so. He was very picturesque, with his lofty and ideal forehead thrown back, and his magnificent iron-gray hair falling in thick masses upon his neck. The most divine expression came over his face when he began to play the opening measures of the accompaniment, and I shall never forget the concentration and intensity he put into them if I live to be 100. The nobility and absolute selflessness of Liszt's playing had to be heard to be understood. There was something about his tone that made you weep, it was so apart from earth and so ethereal. Von Bülow criticizes. I look forward eagerly, Bülow wrote to a friend, to your Chopin, that immortal romanticist par excellence, whose mazurkas alone are a monument more enduring than metal. Never will this great, deep, sincere, and at the same time tender and passionate poet become antiquated. On the contrary, as musical culture increases, he will appear in a much brighter light than today, when only the popular Chopin is in vogue, whereas the more aristocratic, manly Chopin, the poet of the last two scherzi, the last two ballades, the barcarolle, the Polonaise Fantaisie, the nocturnes, Op. 9, No. 3, Op. 48, Op. 55, No. 2, etc., still awaits the interpreters who have entered into his spirit, and among whom, if God grants me life, I should like to have the pride of counting myself. You know from my introduction to the Etudes how highly I esteem Chopin. In his pieces we find Lena, Byron, Musset, Lamartine, and at the same time all sorts of heathen Apollo priests. You shall learn through me to love him dearly. We must grant Chopin the great distinction of having in his works fixed the boundaries between piano and orchestral music, which other romanticists, notably Robert Schumann, confused, to the detriment of both. There are two Chopins, one an aristocrat, the other democratic. Concerning the mazurka, Op. 50, No. 1, he said, in this mazurka there is dancing, singing, gesticulating. Chopin's pupils issued in Paris an edition of his works. Chopin's pupils are, however, as unreliable as the girls who pose as Liszt's pupils. Use the Klindworth edition. Liszt's ballads and polonaises have proved most strikingly that it was possible after Chopin to write ballads and polonaises. In the polonaises in particular, Liszt opened many new points of view for the widening and spiritualizing of that form, quite apart from the individual peculiarities of his productions, which put in place of the national Polish color an entirely new element, thus making possible the filling out of this form with new contents. In one of his essays Bülow indignantly attacks the current notion that Liszt's pieces are all unplayable except by concert pianists. Someday I shall make a list of all of Liszt's pieces for piano which most amateurs will find much easier to master and digest than the chaff of Thalberg or the wheat of Henselt or Chopin. But it seems that the name of Liszt as composer for the piano has become associated inseparably with the words inexecutable, and making colossal demands. It is a harmless prejudice of the ignorant, like many others, but for all that none the less objectionable. Liszt does not represent virtuosity as distinguished from music, very far from it. The Liszt ballade in B minor is equal in poetic content to Chopin's ballades. Concerning Liszt's Irrlichter and Nomen Raison, he said, "I wish the inspired master had written more pieces like these, which are as perfect as any song without words by Mendelssohn." Weingartner and Liszt. Weingartner's reminiscences of Liszt throw many interesting lights on the personality of that great composer and greatest of teachers. The gathering of famous artists at his house are well described, and his own mannerisms excellently portrayed. His playing was always marked by the ripest perfection of touch. He did not incline to the impetuous power of his youthful days, but sat almost without motion before the keyboard. His hands glided quietly over the keys, and produced the warm, magnetic stream of tone almost without effort. His criticism of others was short, but always to the point. His praise would be given heartily, and without reserve, while blame was always concealed in some kindly circumlocution. Once, when a pretty young lady played a Chopin ballade in execrable fashion, he could not contain ejaculations of disgust as he walked excitedly about the room. At the end, however, he went to her kindly, laid his hand gently on her hair, kissed her forehead, and murmured, "Marry soon, dear child, adieu." Another young lady once turned the tables on the composer. It was the famous Ingeborg von Bronsart, who came to him when 18 years old, in the full bloom of her fair northern beauty. Liszt asked her to play, inwardly fearing that this was to be one more of the petted incompetents. But when she played a Bach fugue for him, with the utmost brilliancy, he could not contain his admiration. "Wonderful," he cried, "but you certainly didn't look like it." "I should hope I didn't look like a Bach fugue," was the swift retort, and the two became lifelong friends. As organ composer, Liszt's importance in this field is not overlooked. In Germany, the land of seriousness, organ music had acquired a character so heavy and so uniformly contrapuntal that, by the middle of last century, almost any decently trained Kapellmeister could produce a sonata dull enough to be considered first-rate. There were, doubtless, many protests in the shape of unorthodox works which left no mark, but two great influences, which are the earliest we need notice, came in the shape of Liszt's Fantasia on the name of Bach and Julius Ribke's Sonata on the 94th Psalm. Without minute analysis we may say that the former, though not an entirely great work, was at all events something entirely new. It showed the possibility of freedom of form without shapelessness, of fairly good counterpoint without dullness, of the adaptation of piano technique to the organ in a way never before attempted, and the whole work, brilliant and effective, never outraged in the smallest degree the natural dignity of the instrument. Liszt's Technik. Rudolf Breithaupt thus wrote of the technical elements in Liszt's playing in Die Musik: "What we hear of Liszt's technique in his best years, from 1825 to 1850, resembles a fairy tale." As artists, Liszt and Paganini have almost become legendary personages. In analyzing Liszt's command of the piano we find that it consists first and foremost in the revelation of a mighty personality rather than in the achievement of unheard-of technical feats. Though his admirers will not believe it, technique has advanced since his day. Tausig excelled him in exactness and brilliancy, Von Bülow was a greater master of interpretation. Rubinstein went beyond him in power and in richness of tone color, through his consummate use of the pedal. Even contemporary artists, example Carreno, D'Albert, Busoni, and in part, Godowsky, are technically equal to Liszt in his best days, and in certain details, owing to the improved mechanism of the piano, even his superior. It is time to do away with the fetish of Liszt's technique. It was mighty as an expression of his potent personality, mighty in its domination of all instrumental forms, mighty in its full command of all registers and positions. But I believe that if the Liszt of former days, not the old man whose fingers did not always obey his will, but the young, vigorous Titan of the early 19th century were to play for us now, we should be as little edified as we should probably be by the singing of Jenny Lind or by the playing of Paganini. Exaggeration finds no more fruitful field than the chronicling of the feats of noted artists. We hear, for instance, much of Liszt's hand, of its vampire-like clutch, of its uncanny, spidery power of extension. As a child I firmly believed that he could reach 2 octaves without difficulty. These stories are all fables. His fingers were long and regular, the thumb abnormally long, a more than usual flexibility of muscles and sinews gave him the power of spanning a 12th. Klindworth tells us that he did some things with his left thumb that one was led to believe it twice the length of an ordinary thumb. Liszt's hand. What chiefly distinguished Liszt's technique was the absolute freedom of his arms. The secret lay in the unconstrained swinging movement of the arm from the raised shoulder, the bringing out of the tone through the impact of the full elastic mass on the keys, a thorough command and use of the freely rolling forearm. He had the gift for which all strove. The rhythmic dance of the members concerned the springing arm, the springing hand, the springing finger. He played by weight, by a swinging and a hurling of weight from a loosened shoulder that had nothing in common with what is known as finger manipulation. It was by a direct transfer of strength from back and shoulders to fingers, which explains the high position of hands and fingers. At the time of his most brilliant period as virtuoso he paid no attention to technique and its means. His temperament was the reverse of analytical. What he wished to do he did without concerning himself as to the how or why. Later in life he did attempt to give some practical suggestions in technique, but these were of but doubtful worth. A genius is not always to be trusted when it comes to theoretical explanation of what he does, more by instinct than by calculation. His power over an audience was such that he had only to place his hands on the keyboard to awaken storms of applause. Even his pauses had life and movement, for his hands spoke in animated gesture, while his Jupiter-like head, with its mane of flowing hair, exercised an almost hypnotic effect on his entranced listeners. From a professional standpoint his execution was not always flawless. His great rival, Thalberg, had greater equality of touch in scales and runs, in what was then known as the jeu perle, literally, pearly playing. His art was also finer. Liszt frequently struck false notes, but ears were closed to such faults, his hearers appeared not to notice them. These spots on the sun are mentioned only to put an end once for all to the foolish stories that are still current about Liszt's wonderful technique. This greatest of all reproductive artists was but a man, and often erred, though in a large and characteristic fashion. Liszt's technique is the typical technique of the modern grand piano, Hammerklavier. He knew well the nature of the instrument, its old-fashioned single-tone effects on the one hand, its full harmonic power and polyphonic capabilities on the other. While to his predecessors it was simply a medium for musical purposes, under his hands it was a means of expression for himself, a revelation of his ardent temperament. In comparison with the contracted five-finger positions of the classical technique, its broken chords and arpeggios, Liszt's technique had the advantage of a fuller, freer flow, of greater fullness of tone and increased brilliancy. Chopin has discovered more original forms, his style of writing is far more delicate and graceful, His individual note is certainly more musical, but his technique is special in its character. It lacks the broad sweep that gives Liszt's technique its peculiar freedom and adaptability to the instrument. Take Schumann and Brahms also, and compare their manner of writing for the piano with Liszt's. Both have written much that is noble and beautiful considered as music, but so clumsily put on the instrument that it is unduly difficult for the player. With Liszt, however, no matter what the difficulty of the means may be, they are always precisely adapted to the end in view, and everything he writes sounds well. It is no merely theoretical combination, but meant to be played on the piano, and is in strict accordance with the nature of the instrument. The player finds nothing laboriously put together and requiring study for its disentanglement. Liszt considers the structure of the hand, and assigns it tasks suited to its capabilities. Among the distinctively original features of Liszt's technique are the bold outline, the large form, the imitative effects of organ and clavier, the orchestral timbre it imparts to the piano. We thank him also for the use of the thumb in the declamation of pathetic cantilena, for a breadth of melodic characterization which resembles that of the horn and violoncello, for the imitation of brass instruments, for the great advance in all sorts of tremolos, trills and vibratos, which serve to give color and intensity to moments of climax. His finger passages are not merely empty runs, but are like highlights in a picture. His cadenzas fairly sparkle like comet trains and are never introduced for display alone. They are preparatory, transitional, or conclusive in character, they point contrasts, they heighten dramatic climaxes. His scales and arpeggios have nothing in common with the stiff monotony of the Czerny school of playing, they express feeling, they give emotional variety, they embellish a melody with ineffable grace. He often supplies them with thirds and sixths, which fill out their meager outlines and furnish support to hands and fingers. In his octave technique Liszt has embodied all the elementary power and wildness of his nature. His octaves rage in chromatic and diatonic scales, in broken chords and arpeggios, up and down, hither and thither, like zigzag flashes of lightning. Here he is seen at his boldest, example in his Orage, Totentanz, Mazeppa, Don Juan Fantasia, Six Rhapsody, etc. In the trill, too, he has given us such novel forms as the simple trill with single fingers of each hand, the trill in double thirds in both hands, the octave trill, all serving to intensify the introduction or close of the salient divisions of a composition. From Liszt dates the placing of a melody in the fullest and most ringing register of the piano, that corresponding to the tenor or baritone compass of voice, also the division of the accompaniment between the two hands and the extension of hand-crossing technique. To him we owe exactness in the fixing of tempo, the careful designation of signs for dynamics and expression, the use of 3 staves instead of 2 for the sake of greater clearness of notation, as well as the modern installation of the pedal. In short, Liszt is not only the creator of the art of piano playing as we have it today, but his is the strongest musical influence in modern musical culture. But granting this, those thinkers who declare this influence not unmixed with harm are not altogether wrong. It is not the fault of genius, however, that undesirable consequences follow in its wake. It is also my opinion that it will do no harm to retrace our steps and revive the more simple times when there was less piano playing and more music. Busoni is preparing a complete edition of Liszt's compositions, to be published by Breitkopf and Hartel. Concerning the studies, which are to appear in 3 volumes, he says, these etudes, a work which occupied Franz Liszt from childhood on up to manhood, we believe should be put at the head of his piano compositions. There are 3 reasons for this. The first is the fact that the etudes were the first of his works to be published, the second is that in Liszt's own catalogue of his works, Themet. Wurz. BRH 1855, he puts the etudes at the very beginning, and the third and most patent is that these works in their entirety reflect as do no others Liszt's pianistic personality in the bud, shoot, and flower. These 58 piano pieces alone would serve to place Liszt in the ranks of the greatest piano composers since Beethoven, Chopin, Schumann, Alcan, and Brahms, but proof of his superiority over these is found in his complete works, of which the etudes are only a small part. They afford a picture of him in manifold lights and poses, giving us an opportunity to know and observe him in the different phases of his character, the diabolic as well as the religious. Those who acknowledge God do not make light of the devil, the refined and the animated, now as an illustrative interpreter of every style and again as a marvelous transformation artist who can with convincing mimicry don the costume of any country. This collection consists of a work for piano which contains within its circumference every phase, nation, and epoch of musical expression from Palestrina to Parsifal, whereby Liszt shows himself as a creator of twofold character, both subjective and objective. Liszt as a pianoforte writer. Nothing is easier than to estimate Liszt the pianist, nothing more difficult than to estimate Liszt the composer. As to Liszt the pianist, old and young, conservatives and progressives, not excepting the keyboard specialists, are perfectly agreed that he was unique, unsurpassed, and unsurpassable, says Professor Niecks. As to Liszt the composer, on the other hand, opinions differ widely and multifariously, from the attribution of superlative genius to the denial of the least talent. This diversity arises from partisanship, individuality of taste, and the various conceptions formed of the nature of creative power. Those, however, who call Liszt a composer without talent confess themselves either ignorant of his achievements, or incapable of distinguishing good from bad and of duly apportioning praise and blame. Those, on the other hand, who call Liszt a creative genius should not omit to observe and state that his genius was qualitatively unlike the genius of Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, Mendelssohn, and Schumann. With him the creative impulse was, in the main, and, as a rule, an intellectual impulse. With the great masters mentioned, the impulse was of a general origin, all the faculties cooperating. While with them the composition was always spontaneous, being, however great the travail, a birth, not a making. With Liszt it was often reflective, the solution of a problem, an experiment, a caprice, a defiance of conventional respectability, or a device for the dumbfounding and electrification of the gaping multitude. In short, Liszt was to a larger extent inventive than creative. The foregoing remarks do not pretend to be more than a suggestive attempt at explaining the inexplicable differences of creative power. That Liszt could be spontaneous and in the best sense creative, he has proved by whole compositions, and more frequently by parts of compositions. That has to be noted, as well as that his love of experimenting and scorn for the familiar, not to mention the commonplace, led him often to turn his back on the beautiful and to embrace the ugly. As a composer of pianoforte music, Liszt's merits are more generally acknowledged than as a composer of any other kind. Here indeed his position is a commanding one. We should be obliged to regard him with respect, admiration, and gratitude, even if his compositions were aesthetically altogether a failure. For they incorporate an original pianoforte style, a style that won new resources from the instrument, and opened new possibilities to the composer for it, and the player on it. The French Revolution of 1830 aroused Liszt from a state of lethargy. A year after this political revolution, there occurred an event that brought about in him an artistic revolution. This event was the appearance of Paganini in Paris. The wonderful performances of the unique violin virtuoso revealed to him new ideas. He now began to form that pianoforte style which combined, as it were, the excellences of all the other instruments, individually and collectively. Liszt himself called the process the orchestration of the pianoforte. But before the transformation could be consummated, Other influences had to be brought to bear on the architect. The influence of Chopin, who appeared in Paris soon after Paganini, must have been great, but was too subtle and partial to be easily gauged. It is different with Berlioz, whose influence on Liszt was palpable and general, affecting every branch of his art practice. Thalberg has at least the merit of having by his enormous success in 1836 stimulated Liszt to put forth his whole strength. The vast mass of Liszt's pianoforte compositions is divisible first into two classes: the entirely original compositions, and the compositions based to a more or less extent on foreign matter. The latter class consist of transcriptions of songs, Schubert, Beethoven, Mendelssohn, Franz, etc., symphonies and overtures, Berlioz, Beethoven, Rossini, Wagner, etc., and operatic themes, from Rossini and Bellini to Wagner and Verdi, and of 15 Hungarian rhapsodies. The former consists of studies, brilliant virtuosic pieces, musical poems, secular and sacred, picturesque, lyrical, etc., such as Années de Pèlerinage, harmonies, poétiques et religieuses, consolations, the legends, St. François d'Assise, La Prédication auxiliary Oiseau, and Saint François de Paul Marchant sur les Flots, etc., and one work in sonata form, but not the conventional sonata form. Although not unfrequently leaving something to be desired in the matter of discretion, his transcriptions of songs are justly famous masterpieces. Marvelous in the reproduction of orchestral effects are the transcriptions of symphonies and overtures. The operatic transcriptions, illustrations, fantasies, into which the Geistreich Liszt put a great deal of his own, do not now enjoy the popularity they once enjoyed. The present age has lost some of its love for musical fireworks and the tricking out and transmogrification by an artist of other artists' ideas. The Hungarian rhapsodies, on the other hand, which are still more fantasias on the adopted matter than the operatic transcriptions, continue to be favorites of the virtuosi and the public. As to the original compositions, they are very unequal in artistic value. Many of them, however, are undoubtedly of the greatest beauty, and stand whatever test may be applied to them. No one would think of numbering with these exquisite perfect things the imposing sonata. It cannot be placed by the side of the sonatas of Beethoven, whose ideal and formative power Liszt lacked. Nevertheless, it is impossible for the unprejudiced not to recognize in it a noble effort of a highly gifted and ardently striving mind. Technically, instead of 3 or 4 self-contained separate movements, we have there a long uninterrupted series of continuous movements, in which, however, we can distinguish 3 complexes corresponding to the 3 movements of the orthodox sonata. The andante sostenuto and quasi adagio form the simpler middle complex. Although some of the features of the orthodox sonata structure are discernible in Liszt's works, most of them are absent from it or irrecognizably veiled. The most novel and characteristic features are the unity and the evolution by metamorphosis of the thematic material, that is to say, the motives of the first complex reappear in the following ones, and are metamorphosed not only in the later but also in the first. Nothing could characterize the inequality of Liszt's compositions better than the fact that it is possible to draw up a program of them wholly irreproachable, admirable, and delightful, and equally possible to draw up one wholly objectionable, abhorrent, and distressful. All in all, Liszt is a most remarkable and interesting and, at the same time, an epoch-making personality, one that will remain for long yet a living force in music, and forever a striking figure in the history of the art. Smetana Frederick Smetana, the greatest of Bohemian composers, founded in the year 1848 the institute which he conducted for the teaching of the piano in Prague. In this year it was that the composition for piano named Morceau Characteristics, he dedicated to Liszt, which dedication Liszt accepted with the greatest cordiality, writing him a most complimentary letter, was the means of his becoming personally acquainted with Liszt, whom he until this time only knew by report. He obtained for the young composer an introduction to the publisher Kistner, in Leipzig, who brought out his 6 piano pieces called Steinbuch-Blätter. Rimsky-Korsakov. Of all the Slav composers, Rimsky-Korsakov is perhaps the most charming, and as a musician the most remarkable, writes the music critic of the Mercure de France. He has not been equaled by any of his compatriots in the art of handling timbres, and in this art the Russian school has been long distinguished. In this respect he is descended directly from Liszt, whose orchestra he adopted and from whom he borrowed many an old effect. His inspiration is sometimes exquisite, the inexhaustible transformation of his themes is always most intelligent or interesting. As all the other Russians, he sins in the development of ideas through the lack of cohesion, of sustained enchainment, and especially through the lack of true polyphony. The influence of Berlioz and of Liszt is not less striking in his manner of composition. Sadko comes from Liszt's Ce Chouan Entend sur la Montagne, Antar and Scheherazade at the same time from Harold and the Faust Symphony. The Oriental Monoi seems to throw a spell over Rimsky-Korsakov which spreads over all his works a sort of local color, underlined here by the chosen subjects. In Scheherazade, it must be said, the benzoin of Arabia sends forth here and there the sickening empyrema of the pastils of the harem. In the second and the third movements of Antar the composer has approached nearest true musical superiority. The descriptive, almost dramatic, intention is realized there with an unusual sureness, and, if the brand of Liszt remains ineffaceable, the ease of construction, the breadth, and the coordinated progressions of combinations mark a mastery and an originality that are rarely found among the composers of the far north, and that no one has ever possessed among the five. Chopin's well-known saying in regard to Liszt, when he heard that the latter was going to write a notice of his concert, tells more, says Professor Niecks, than whole volumes. These are the words, Il me donnera un petit royaume dans son empire, which were said to Ernest Legouvé by Chopin. Now here is another sidelight on Chopin and his opinion of the great virtuoso. He is referring to Liszt's notice of some concert, apparently at Cologne. He is amused at the 1,500 men counted, at the president of the Philharmonic and his carriage, etc., and he feels sure that Liszt will someday be a deputy, or king of Abyssinia, or of the Congo. His melodies, themes, however, will rest alongside the 2 volumes of German poetry, 2 volumes which did not seem destined, apparently, to achieve immortality. His portrait's last picture of Liszt, 1886, aged 75 years. Many artists have immortalized that profile of ivory. They are, Ingres, who was a friend of Liszt, and of whom he always had a tender recollection. In his best days it was Kaulbach and Lenbach. William Kaulbach's portrait is celebrated for the grand look, the chivalrous and fine gentleman character of the artist is expressed in it in a masterly way. Not less remarkable is a marble bust by the famous Bartolini, souvenir of the master's visit to Florence in 1838. The painter Lerod shows us Liszt at the time when he took orders. He depicts him as a thin, thoughtful man, leaning against a piano, his arms crossed, and looking at the world from the height of his wisdom. David D. Angers has made a very fine medallion of him. We have several portraits by Krehuber, one, among others Liszt in a traveling cloak drawn hurriedly while Liszt, surrounded by friends seeing him off, was shaking hands all round. Tilner sculptured a bust of him 2 years ago at Vienna, and Baron Joukovsky painted his portrait. Our great Munkaczy, who beautified the last moments of the master's life, painted him seated at the piano. Boehm, the celebrated Hungarian sculptor, has just made his bust in London. Then we have at Budapest, at the entrance to the Opera House, a splendid statue, chiseled by our young artist Straubel. It wants finish, but on the other hand admirably renders Liszt's features and expression. And lastly, we have one by Wokoff, on the stove of a friend of Liszt's, adds Janka Wall. There are so many more that they defy classification. The Munkoxy is not attractive, but the sketch made by Angra at Rome in 1839 is a very happy interpretation of the still youthful virtuoso. The Krehuber lithograph is a famous study of perennial interest. Then there are the portraits by the American Healy and the Italian Stella, excellent though not masterworks. In the Lenbach portrait the eyes look like incandescent grapes. 9. Modern pianoforte virtuosi. Artistic pianoforte playing is no longer rare. The once jealously guarded secrets of the masters have become the property of conservatories. Self-playing instruments perform technical miracles, and are valuable inasmuch as they interest a number of persons who would otherwise avoid music as an ineluctable mystery. Furthermore, the unerring ease with which these machines dispatch the most appalling difficulties has turned the current toward what is significant in a musical performance: touch, phrasing, interpretation. While a child's hand may set spinning the Don Juan fantasy of Liszt, no mechanical appliance yet contrived can play a Chopin ballade or the Schumann concerto as they should be played. I mention purposely these cunning inventions because I do not think that they have harmed the public interest in pianoforte recitals, rather have they stimulated it. Never before has the standard of execution and interpretation been so high. The giant wave of virtuosity that broke over Europe in the middle of the 19th century has not yet receded. A new artist on the keyboard is eagerly heard and discussed. If he be a Paderewski or a Josephy, he is the center of a huge admiration. The days of Liszt were renewed when Paderewski made his tours in America. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that not until now has good playing been so little of a rarity. But 100 years ago matters were different. It was in 1839 that Franz Liszt gave the first genuine pianoforte recital, and, possessing a striking profile, he boldly presented it to his audiences. Before that pianists either faced or sat with their backs to the public. No matter what avenue of music the student travels, he will be sure to encounter the figure of Liszt. Yet neither Liszt nor Chopin was without artistic ancestors. That they stemmed from the great central tree of European music, that they at first were swept down the main current, later controlled it, are facts that today are the commonplaces of the schools, though a few decades ago those who could see no salvation outside of German music making, be it never so conventional, failed to recognize the real significance of either Liszt or Chopin. Both men gave Europe new forms, a new harmonic system, and in Liszt's case his originality was so marked that from Wagner to Tchaikovsky and the Russians, from Cornelius to Richard Strauss, Arnold Schoenberg, and the still newer men, all helped themselves at his royal banquet, some, like Wagner, a great genius, taking away all they needed, others glad to catch the very crumbs that fell. But the innovators in form have not always proved supreme creators. In the case of Wagner, the plumed and serried phrases of Liszt recall the role played by Marlowe in regard to Shakespeare. Liszt's very power, muscular, compelling, set pianoforte manufacturers to experimenting. A new instrument was literally made for him, an instrument that could thunder like an orchestra, sing like a voice, or whisper like a harp. Liszt could proudly boast, "Le piano c'est moi." With it he needed no orchestra, no singers, no scenery. It was his stage, and upon its wires he told the stories of the operas, sang the beautiful, and then novel, lieder of Schubert and Schumann, revealed the mastery of Beethoven, the poetry of Chopin, and Bach's magical mathematics. He, too, set Europe ablaze, even Paganini was forgotten, and the gentlemanly Thalberg with his gentlemanly playing suddenly became insipid to true music lovers. Liszt was called a charlatan, and doubtless partially deserved the appellation, in the sense that he very often played for effect's sake, for the sake of dazzling the groundlings. His tone was massive, his touch colored by 1,000 shades of feeling, his technique impeccable, his fire and fury bewildering. And if Liszt affected his contemporaries, he also trained his successors, Tausig, von Bülow, and Rubinstein. The latter was never an actual pupil, though he profited by Liszt's advice and regarded him as a model. Karl Tausig, the greatest virtuoso after Liszt and his equal at many points, died prematurely. Never had the world heard such controlled, plastic, and objective interpretations. His iron will had drilled his Slavic temperament so that his playing was, as Josephy says, a series of perfectly painted pictures. His technique, according to those who heard him, was perfection. He was the one pianist sans pire et sans reproche. All schools were at his call. Chopin was revived when he played, and he was the first to hail the rising star of Brahms not critically, as did Schumann, but practically, by putting his name on his eclectic programs. Mr. Albert Ross Parsons, the well-known New York pianist, critic, and pedagogue, once told the present writer that Tausig's playing evoked the image of some magnificent mountain. And Josephy was asked for Josephy was Tausig's favorite pupil. The lovely mist that enveloped the mountain at dusk, was Mr. Parsons's happy answer. Since then Josephy has condensed this mist into something more solid, while remaining quite as beautiful. Rubinstein I heard play his series of historical recitals, 7 in all. Better still, I heard him perform the feat twice. I regret that it was not thrice. If ever there was a heaven-storming genius, it was Anton Rubinstein. Nicholas Rubinstein was a wonderful artist, but the fire that flickered and flamed in the playing of Anton was not in evidence in the work of his brother. You felt in listening to Anton that the piece he happened to be playing was heard by you for the first time. The creative element in his nature was so strong. It seemed no longer reproductive art. The same thing has been said of Liszt. Often arbitrary in his very subjective readings, Rubinstein never failed to interest. He had an overpowering sort of magnetism that crossed the stage and enveloped his audience with a gripping power. His touch, to again quote Josephy, was like that of a French horn. It sang with a mellow thunder. An impressionist in the best sense of that misunderstood expression, he was the reverse of his rival and colleague, Hans von Bülow. The brother-in-law, à la main gauche, of that brother of dragons, Richard Wagner, von Bülow was hardly appreciated during his first visit to America in 1876–77. Rubinstein had preceded him by 3 seasons, and we were loath to believe that the rather dry, angular touch and clear-cut phrasing of the little, irritable Hans were revelations from on high. Nevertheless, von Bülow, the mighty scholar, opened new views for us by his Beethoven and Bach playing. The analyst in him ruled. Not a colorist, but a master of black and white, he exposed the minutest meanings of the composer that he presented. He was the first to introduce Tchaikovsky's brilliant and clangorous B-flat minor concerto. Of his Chopin performances, I retain only the memory of the D-flat nocturne. That was exquisite, and all the more surprising coming from a man of von Bülow's pedantic nature. His last visit to this country, several decades ago, was better appreciated, but I found his playing almost insupportable. He had withered in tone and style, a mummy of his former alert self. The latter-day generation of virtuosi owe as much to Liszt as did the famous Trinity, Tausig, Rubinstein, von Bülow. Many of them studied with the old wizard at Rome, Budapest, and Weimar, some with his pupils, all have absorbed his traditions. It would be as impossible to keep Liszt out of your playing out of your fingers, forearms, biceps, and triceps as it would be to return to the naive manner of an Emanuel Bach or a Scarlatti. Modern pianoforte playing spells Liszt. After von Bülow, a much more naturally gifted pianist, visited the United States, Raphael Josephy. It was in 1879 that Old Chickering Hall witnessed his triumph, a triumph many times repeated later in Steinway Hall, Carnegie Hall, the Metropolitan Opera House, and throughout America. At first Josephy was called the Patti of the pianoforte, one of those facile, alliterative, meaningless titles he never merited. He had the coloratura, if you will, of a Patti, but he had something besides brains and a poetic temperament. Poetic is a vague term that usually covers a weakness in technique. There are different sorts of poetry. There is the rich poetry of Paderewski, the antic grace and delicious poetry of Depachman. The Josephian poetry is something else. Its quality is more subtle, more recondite than the poetry of the Polish or the Russian pianist. Such miraculous finish, such crystalline tone had never before been heard until Josephy appeared. At first his playing was the purest pantheism, a transfigured materialism, tone and technique raised to heights undreamed of. Years later a new Josephy was born. Stern self-discipline, as was the case with Tausig, had won a victory over his temperament as well as his fingers. More restrained, less lush, his play is now ruled by the keenest of intellects, while the old silvery and sensuous charm has not vanished. Some refused to accept the change. They did not realize that for an artist to remain stationary is decadence. They longed for graceful trifling, for rose-colored patterns, for swallow-like flights across the keyboard, by a pair of the most beautiful piano hands since Tausig's. In a word, these people did not care for Brahms, and they did care very much for the Chopin valse in double notes. But the automatic piano has outpointed every virtuoso except Rosenthal in the matter of mere technique. So we enjoy our Brahms from Josephy, and when he plays Liszt or Chopin, which he does in an ideal style, far removed from the tumultuous thumpings of the average virtuoso, we turn out in numbers to enjoy and applaud him. His music has that indefinable quality which vibrates from a Stradivarius violin. His touch is like no other in the world, and his readings of the classics are marked by reverence and authority. In certain Chopin numbers, such as the Berceuse, the F minor Ballade, the Barcarolle, and the E minor Concerto, he has no peer. Equally lucid and lovely are his performances of the B-flat major Brahms Concerto and the A major Concerto of Liszt. Josephy is unique. There was an interregnum in the pianoforte arena for a few years. Josephy was reported as having been discovered in the wilds above Tarrytown playing two-voiced inventions of Bach, and writing a new piano school. Arthur Friedheim appeared and dazzled us with the B minor sonata of Liszt. It was a wonder-breeding, thrilling performance. Alfred Grunfeld, of Vienna, caracoled across the keys in an amiably dashing style. Rummel played earnestly. Ansorge also played earnestly. Edmund Neupert delivered Grieg's concerto as no one before or since has done. Pogno came from Paris, Rosenthal thundered, Sauer, Stavenhagen, Silaty, Slivinsky, Mark Hamburg, Burmeister, Heilstad, Faelton, Sherwood, Godowski, Gabrielowitsk, Vogrich, von Sternberg, Jarvis, Richard Hoffman, Biskovitz, to go back some years, Alexander Lambert, August Sponath, Clar, Lamond, Donaghy, Busoni, Behrman, Saint-Saëns, Stokowski, Levin, Rudolf Ganz, McDowell, Otto Hegner, Joseph Hoffman, Riesenauer. None of these artists ever aroused such excitement as Paderewski, though a more captivating and brilliant Liszt player than Alfred Riesenauer has been seldom heard. It was about 1891 that I attended a rehearsal at Carnegie Hall in which participated Ignace Jan Paderewski. The C minor Concerto of Saint-Saëns, an effective though musically empty work, was played. There is nothing in the composition that will test a good pianist, but Paderewski made much of the music. His tone was noble, his technique adequate, his single-finger touch singing. Above all, there was a romantic temperament exposed, not morbid but robust. His strange appearance, the golden or old head, the shy attitude, were rather puzzling to public and critic at his debut. Not too much enthusiasm was exhibited during the concert or next morning in the newspapers. But the second performance settled the question. A great artist was revealed. His diffidence melted in the heat of frantic applause. He played the Schumann Concerto, the F minor Concerto of Chopin, many other concertos, all of Chopin's music, much of Schumann, Beethoven, and Liszt. His recitals, first given in the concert hall of Madison Square Garden, so expanded in attendance that he moved to Carnegie Hall. There, with only his piano, Paderewski repeated the Liszt miracle. And year after year. Never in America has a public proved so insatiable in its desire to hear a virtuoso. It is the same from New Orleans to Seattle. Everywhere crowded halls, immense enthusiasms. Now to set all this down to an exotic personality, to occult magnetism, to sensationalism, would be unfair to Paderewski and to the critical discrimination of his audiences. Many have gone to gaze upon him, but they remain to listen. His solid attainments as a musician, his clear, elevated style, his voluptuous, caressing touch, his sometimes exaggerated sentiment, his brilliancy, endurance, and dreamy poetry, these qualities are real, not imaginary. No more luscious touch has been heard since Rubinstein's. Paderewski often lets his singing fingers linger on a phrase, but as few pianists alive, he can spin his tone, and so his yielding to the temptation is a natural one. He is intellectual and his readings of the classics are sane. Of poetic temperament, he is at his best in Chopin, not Beethoven. Eclectic is the best word to apply to his interpretations. He plays programs from Bach to Liszt with commendable fidelity and versatility. He has the power of rousing his audience from a state of calm indifference to wildest frenzy. How does he accomplish this? He has not the technique of Rosenthal, nor that pianist's brilliancy and power, he is not as subtle as Josephi, nor yet as plastic in his play, the morbid witchery of Depeche Man is not his, yet no one since Rubinstein in America at least can create such climaxes of enthusiasm. Deny this or that quality to Paderewski, go and with your own ears and eyes hear and witness what we all have heard and witnessed. I once wrote a story in which a pianist figured as a mesmerizer. He sat at his instrument in a crowded, silent hall and worked his magic upon the multitude. The scene modulates into madness. People are transported. And in all the rumor and storm, the master sits at the keyboard but does not play. I assure you I have been at Paderewski recitals where my judgments were in abeyance, where my individuality was merged in that of the mob, where I sat and wondered if I really heard, or was Paderewski only going through the motions and not actually touching the keys. His is a static as well as a dramatic art. The tone wells up from the instrument, is not struck. It floats languorously in the air, it seems to pause, transfixed in the air. The Sarmatian melancholy of Paderewski, his deep sensibility, his noble nature, are translated into the music. Then with a smashing chord he sets us, the prisoners of his tonal circle, free. Is this the art of a hypnotizer? No one has so mastered the trick, if trick it be. But he is not all moonshine. The truth is, Paderewski has a tone not as large as mellow. His fortissimo chords have hitherto lacked the foundational power and splendor of D. Alberts, Bussonis, and Rosenthals. His transition from piano to forte is his best range, not the extremes at either end of the dynamic scale. A healthy, sunny tone it is at its best, very warm in color. In certain things of Chopin he is unapproachable. He plays the F minor concerto and the E-flat minor scherzo from the second sonata beautifully, and if he is not so convincing in the Beethoven sonatas, his interpretation of the E-flat Emperor concerto is surprisingly free from morbidezza, it is direct, manly, and musical. His technique has gained since his advent in New York. This he proved by the way he juggled with the Brahms Paganini variations, though they are still the property of Moritz Rosenthal. He is more interesting than most pianists because he is more musical, he has more personal charm, there is the feeling when you hear him that he is a complete man, a harmonious artist, and this feeling is very compelling. The tricky elf that rocked the cradle of Vladimir Depachman, a Russian virtuoso, born in Odessa, 1848, of a Jewish father and a Turkish mother, he once said to me, "My father is a cantor, my mother a turkey," must have enjoyed not without a certain malicious peep at the future the idea of how much worriment and sorrow it would cause the plump little black-haired baby when he grew up and played the piano forte like the imp of genius he is. It is nearly 17 years since he paid his first visit to us. His success, as in London, was achieved after one recital. Such an exquisite touch, subtlety of phrasing, and a technique that failed only in broad, dynamic effects, had never before been noted. Yet Depachman is in reality the product of an old-fashioned school. He belongs to the Hummel-Kramer group, which developed a pure finger technique and a charming euphony, but neglected the dramatic side of delivery. Tone for tone's sake, absolute finesse in every figure, scales that are as hot pearls on velvet, a perfect trill, a cantilena like the voice, these, and repose of style, are the shibboleth of a tradition that was best embodied in Thalberg plus more tonal power in Thalberg's case. Subjectivity enters largely in this combination, for Depachman is modern, neurotic. His presentation of some Chopin is positively morbid. He is, despite his marked restrictions of physique and mentality, a Chopin player par excellence. His fingers strike the keys like tiny sweet mallets. His scale passages are liquid, his octave playing marvelous, but en miniature like everything he attempts. To hear him in a Chopin Polonaise is to realize his limitations. But in the larghetto of the F minor concerto, in the nocturnes and preludes, not of course the big one in D minor etudes, valses, there is then but one Depachman. He can be poetic and capricious and elfish in the mazurkas, indeed, it has been conceded that he is the master interpreter of these soul dances. The volume of tone that he draws from his instrument is not large, but it is of a distinguished quality and very musical. He has paws of velvet, and no matter what the difficulty, he overcomes it without an effort. I once called him the pianissimist because of his special gift for filing tones to a whisper. His pianissimo begins where other pianists end theirs. Enchanting is the effect when he murmurs in such studies as the F minor of Chopin and the concert study of Liszt of the same tonality, or in mounting unisons as he breathlessly weaves the wind through the last movement of Chopin's B-flat minor sonata. Less edifying are Depachman's mannerisms. They are only tolerated because of his exotic, lovely, and disquieting music. Of a different and a gigantic mold is the playing of Moritz Rosenthal. He is a native of Lemberg, in Galician Poland, a city that has held among other artists, Marcela Sembrich and Karl Mikoli, a pupil of Chopin and editor of an edition of his works. When a mere child, 12 years or so, Moritz walked from Lemberg to Vienna to study with Josephi. Even at that age he had the iron will of a superman. He played for Josephi the E minor concerto of Chopin, the same work with which the youthful Josephi years before had won the heart of Tausig. Setting aside Tausig, and this is only hearsay, the world of pianism has never matched Rosenthal for speed, power, endurance, nor is this all. He is both musical and intellectual. He is a doctor of philosophy, a bachelor of arts. He has read everything, is a linguist, has traveled the globe over, and in conversation his unerring memory and brilliant wit set him as a man apart. To top all these gifts, he plays his instrument magnificently, overwhelmingly. He is the Napoleon, the conqueror among virtuosi. His tone is very sonorous, his touch singing, and he commands the entire range of nuance from the rippling fioritura of the Chopin barcarolle to the cannon-like thunderings of the A-flat Polonaise. His octaves and chords baffle all critical experience and appraisement. As others play presto in single notes, so he dashes off double notes, thirds, sixths, and octaves. His Don Juan Fantasy, part Liszt, part Mozart, is entirely Rosenthalian in performance. He has composed at his polyphonic forge a humoresque. Its interweaving of voices, their independence, the caprice and audacity of it all are astounding. Tausig had such a technique, yet surely Tausig had not the brazen, thunderous climaxes of this broad-shouldered young man. He is the epitome of the orchestra, and in a tonal duel with the orchestra he has never been worst. His interpretations of the classics, of the romantics, are of a superior order. He played the last sonatas of Beethoven or the Schumann Carnival with equal discrimination. His touch is crystal-like in its clearness, therefore his tone lacks the sensuousness of Paderewski and Apache Man. But it is a mistake to set him down as a mere unemotional mechanician. He is in reality a superman among pianists. Eugen d'Albert has played in America several times, the first time in company with Sarah Sade, the Spanish violin virtuoso. Liszt called d'Albert, of whom he was very fond, the second Tausig. The Weimar master declared that the little Eugen looked like, played like, his former favorite, Karl Tausig. In his youth d'Albert was as impetuous as a thunderbolt, now he is more reflective than fiery, and he is often careless in his technical work. Another pianist who has followed the lure of composition, but a great virtuoso, a great interpreter of the classics. His music suggests a close study of Brahms, and in his piano concertos he is both Brahmsian and Lisztian. The first time I heard Saint-Saëns was in Paris the year 1878. He played at the Trocadero Palace. It was the exposition year. His clever variations on a Beethoven theme for two pianos, Madame Montigny Mori being his colleague. In 1896 I attended the 50th anniversary of his first public appearance. The affair took place at a piano hall in Paris. And several years ago I heard the veteran, full of years and honors, in New York. He had changed but little. The same supple style, second touch, and technical mastery were present. Not so polished as Plant, so fiery or so noisy as Pugno, Saint-Saëns is a greater musician than either at the keyboard. His playing is Gallic, which means it is never sultry, emotional, and seldom poetic. The French pianists make for clearness, delicacy, symmetry. Franz never produced a Rubinstein, nor does she cordially admire such volcanic artists. Osip Gabrilowitsch has been for me always a sympathetic pianist. He has improved measurably since his previous visits here. The poet and the student still preponderate in his work. He is more reflective than dramatic, though the fiery Slav in him often peeps out, and if he does not drive the horses of Rubinstein, as Oscar B. once wrote, he is a virtuoso of high rank. The B phrase could be better applied to Mark Hamburg, who sometimes is like a full-blooded runaway horse with the bit between its teeth. Hamburg has Slavic blood in his veins and it courses hotly. He is an attractive player, a younger Tausig before Tausig taught himself the value of repose and restraint. Recklessly Hamburg attacks the instrument in a sort of Rubinsteinian fury. Of late he has, it is said, learned the lesson of self-control. His polyphony is clearer, his tone, always big, is more sonorous and individual. It was the veteran Dr. William Mason who predicted Hamburg's future. Exuberance and excess of power may be diverted into musical channels, and these Mark Hamburg has. It is not so easy to reverse the process and build up a temperament where little naturally exists. Joseph Hoffmann, from a wonder child who influenced 2 continents, has developed into an artist who has attained perfection, a somewhat cool perfection, it may be admitted. But what a well-balanced touch, what a broad, euphonious tone, what care in building climaxes or shading his tone to mellifluous whisper. Musically he is impregnable. His readings are free from extravagances, his bearing dignified, and if we miss the dramatic element in his play we are consoled by the easy sweep, the intellectual grasp, and the positively pleasure-giving quality of his touch. Eclectic in style, Hoffmann is the young old master of the pianoforte. And he is Polish in everything but Chopin. But well-bred. Perhaps Rubinstein was right when he said, so is the report at Dresden, Giorgio will never have to change his shirt at a recital as I did. Harold Bauer is a great favorite in America as well as in Paris. He has a quiet magnetism, a mastery of technical resources, backed by sound musicianship. He was a violinist before he became a pianist. This fact may account for his rich tone quality. Bauer could even make an old-fashioned square pianoforte discourse eloquently. He, too, is an eclectic, all schools appeal to him, and his range is from Bach to César Franck, both of whom he interprets with reverence and authority. Bauer played Liszt's Dance of Death in this country, creating thereby a reputation for brilliant pianism. The new men, Levin, Gans, Scriabine, Stokowski, are forging ahead, especially the first 2, who are virtuoso artists. The young Swiss, Gans, is a very attractive artist. Apart from his technical attainments, he is musical, and that is 2/3 of the battle. 2 men who once resided in America, Ferruccio Busoni and Leopold Godowski, went abroad and conquered Europe. Busoni is called the master interpreter of Bach and Liszt. The master miniaturist is the title bestowed upon the miracle-working Godowski, whose velvety touch and sensitive style have been better appreciated in Europe than America. The fair-unfair sex has not lacked in representative piano artists. Apart from the million girls busily engaged in manipulating pedals, slaying music and sleep at one fell moment, there is a band of keyboard devotees that has earned fame and fortune, and an honorable place in the Valhalla of pianoforte playing. The modern female pianist does not greatly vary from her male rival except in muscular power, and even in that Sophie Mentor and Teresa Carreño have vied with their ruder brethren. Pianists in petticoats go back as far as Nanette Stryker and come down to Paula Solet, a girl who, it is said, improvises fugues. Marie Pleyel, Madame de Zymanowska Goethe's friend at Marienbad, in 1822 Clara Schumann, Arabella Goddard, Sophie Mentor, Annette Esipov, once Paderewski's advisor, and a former wife of Leschetizky, Marie Krebs, Ingeborg Bronsart, Aline Hunt, Fanny Davies, Madeleine Schiller, Julia Riveking, Helen Hopkirk, Natalie Janetha, Adele Margulies, the Dust Sisters, Amy Faye, Dory Peterson, Cecilia Gall, Madame Poor, Madame Levin, Antoinette Sumoska, Adele Auster Ohe, Cecile Chaminade, Madame Montigny Mori, Madame Roger Miklos, Marie Tourlin Buell, Augusta Cotelo, Mrs. Arthur Friedheim, Laura Danzinger Rosebald, Olga Samarov, Fanny Bloomfield Zeiler. These are a few well-known names before the public during the past and in the present. Walter Baxolati Rees Nauer Karl V. Lockman Mrs. Scott Siddons Harry Waller The final Liszt circle at Weimar, Liszt at the upper window. It may be assumed that the sex which can boast among its members such names as Jane Austen, George Sand, George Eliot, novelists, Vigée Lebrun, Mary Cassatt, Cecilia Bose, and Bert Morisot, painters, Sonia Kovalevsky, mathematician, Madame Curie, science, Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Christina Rossetti, poetry, would not fail in the reproductive art of pianoforte playing. Clara Schumann was an unexcelled interpreter of her husband's music, Sophie Mentor the most masculine of Liszt's feminine choir, Esipov unparalleled as a Chopin player, Carreno has a man's head, man's fingers, and woman's heart, Fanny Bloomfield Zeiler, an artist of singular intensity and strong personality. These women have admirably contributed to the history of their art and need not fear comparisons on the score of sex. How far will the pursuit of technique go, and what will be the effect upon the mechanical future of the instrument? It is both a thankless and a dangerous task to prophesy, but it seems that technique qua technique has ventured as far as it dare. Witness the astounding arrangements made by the ingenious Godowsky, the grafting of two Chopin studies, both hands autonomous, racing at full speed. The thing is monstrous yet effective, but that way musical madness lies. The Yanko keyboard, a sort of ivory toboggan slide, permitted the performance of incredible difficulties, glissandi in chromatic tenths. But who in the name of Apollo cares to hear chromatic tenths sliding pell-mell downhill? Music is music, and a man or woman must make it, not alone an instrument. The tendency now is toward the fabrication of a more sensitive, vibrating sounding board. Quality, not brutal quantity, is the desideratum. This, with the more responsive and elastic keyboard action of the day, which permits all manner of finger nuance, will tell upon the future of the pianoforte. Machine music has usurped our virtuosity, but it can never reign in the stead of the human artist. And therefore we now demand more of the spiritual and less of the technical from our pianists. Music is the gainer thereby, and the old-time cacophonous concerto for pianoforte and orchestra will, we hope, be relegated to the limbo of things inutile. The pianoforte was originally an intimate instrument, and it will surely go back, though glorified by experience, to its first, dignified estate. I have written more fully of the pianists that I have had the good fortune to hear with my own ears. This is what is called impressionistic criticism. Academic criticism may be loosely defined as the expression of another's opinion. It has decided historic interest. In a word, the former tells how much you enjoyed a work of art, whether creative or interpretive, the latter what some other fellow liked. So, accept these sketches as a mingling of the two methods, with perhaps a disproportionate stress laid upon the personal element, the most important factor, after all, in criticism. Instead of a preface, this book, projected in 1902, was at that time announced as a biography of Liszt. However, a few tentative attacks upon the vast amount of raw material soon convinced me that to write the ideal life of the Hungarian a man must be plentifully endowed with time and patience. I preferred, therefore, to study certain aspects of Liszt's art and character, and as I never heard him play, I have summoned here many competent witnesses to my aid. Hence the numerous contradictions and repetitions, arguments for and against Liszt in the foregoing volume, frankly sought for, rather than avoided. The personality, or, strictly speaking, the various personalities of Liszt are so mystifying that they would require the professional services of a half-dozen psychologists to untangle their complex web. As to his art, I have quoted from many conflicting authorities, hoping that the reader will evolve from the perhaps confusing pattern an authentic image of the man and his music. And all the biographies I have seen, Lena Raymond's, despite its violent parti pris, is the most complete, an Urkel for its successors, read like glorified timetables. Now, no man is a hero to his biographer, but the practice of jotting down unimportant happenings makes your hero very small potatoes indeed. An appalling number of pages are devoted to the arrival and departure of the master at or from Weimar, Rome, or Budapest. Liszt left Rome for Budapest at 8:30 a.m., accompanied by his favorite pupil Herr Fingers, etc., or, Liszt returned to Weimar at 9 p.m., and was met at the station by the Baroness W. and Professor Hangelenk. A more condensed method is better, though it may lack interest for the passionate Liszt admirers. As for the chronicling of small beer, I hope I have provided sufficient anecdotes to satisfy the most inveterate of scandal-mongers. I may add that for over a quarter of a century I have been collecting Lisztiana, not to mention the almost innumerable conversations and interviews I have enjoyed with friends and pupils of Liszt. I wish to acknowledge the help and sympathy of Camille Saint-Saëns, Frederick Niecks, Raphael Josephi, the late Anton Seidel, Felix Weingartner, Arthur Friedheim, Richard Burmeister, Henry T. Fink, Philip Hale, W. F. Apthorpe, the late Edward den Ruther, Frank van der Stucken, August Spanath, Emil Sauer, Moritz Rosenthal, Eugen D. Albert, Amy Fay, Rosa Newmarch, Jaroslava Zielinski, the late Edward A. McDowell, John Kotz, of Albany, who first suggested to me the magnitude of Liszt's contribution to the art of rhythms, Charles A. Ellis, of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, and Edward E. Ziegler. I am also particularly indebted to the following publications for their courtesy in the matter of reproduction of various articles: Scribner's Magazine, New York Sun, Evening Post, Herald, Times, The Etude, Everybody's Magazine, and the Musical Courier. An exhaustive list of the compositions has yet to be made, though Galleric in his Franz list consumes 55 pages in enumerating the works compiled from Lena Raymond, Breitkopf and Hartel, and Busoni, some of which never saw the light of publication, such as the opera Don Sancho, the Revolutionary Symphony, etc. When Breitkopf and Hartel finish their cataloguing, no doubt the result will be more satisfactory. The fact is that out of the known 1,300 compositions, only 400 are original, and of these latter how many are worth remembering? Liszt wrote too much and too often for money. His best efforts will survive, of course, but I do not see the use of making a record of ephemeral potboilers. It is the same with the bibliography. I give the sources whenever I can of my information. Impossible, however, is it to credit the authorship of all the flotsam and jetsam. Kapp in his ponderous biography actually devotes 27 pages to the books, magazines, and newspapers which have dealt with the theme, though even his Teutonic industry has not rendered flawless his dragnet. Liszt was the most caricatured man in Europe save Wagner and Louis Napoleon, and he was painted, sculptured, and photographed oftener than any operatic or circus celebrity who ever sang or swung in the breakneck trapeze. Naturally, the choice of illustrations for this study was narrowed down to a few types, with here and there a novelty, dug up from some ancient album, yet sufficient to reveal Liszt as boy, youth, man, fascinating, dazzling, enigmatic artist, comedian, abbé, rhapsodist, but ever the great-souled Franz Liszt. J.H. Index. Acton, Lord, 14. Adam, Madame Edmond. C. Juliette Lamour. Adelaide, Beethoven's, 216. Albano, 79. Aldegott, Professor, 381. Aldrich, Richard, 195. Alcan, 63, 408. Allegri, 84. Almers, W., 79. Altenburg, the, Liszt's house at Weimar, 21, 24, 47, 48, 53, 261, 362, 389. Amalia, Anna, 328. Amalie Caroline, Princess of Hesse, 198. Amiel, 64. Anderson, Hans Christian, Account of a Liszt Concert, 230 to 234. Anfossi, 80. Ansorge, Conrad, Pupil, 98, 332, 425. Antonelli, Cardinal, 22, 49, 50. Apel, Frau Pauline, Liszt's housekeeper, 327. Après un lecture de Dante, Hugo, 152. Apthorpe, W.F., 172, 173, Analysis of the Concerto in A Major, 173, 174. Arnhem, Countess Bettina von, 42, 43, 261, Graf von, 89, 261. Aubert, 172, 204, 281. Auerbach, Berthold, 139. Aufforderung zum Tanz, Weber, 93, 205, 207, 253. Augener and Company, 181. August, Karl, 328. Auester Glanzit der Weimaren Altenburg, Lamara, 44. Auester Ohe, Adele, Pupil, 24, 436. Austin, Jane, 436. Ave Maria, Schubert's, 216. Bach, 32, 62, 185, 375, 381, 425, 435, Chevalier Leonardi, 312. Bach, Walter, Pupil, 196, 312, 384 to 386. Batches, 226. Behrman, 425. Bagby, Albert Morris, Pupil, 370. Bayliot, 204, 209. Bakounine, 38. Ballads, Chopin, 186, 399, 424. Ballanc, 78. Balzac, 26, 39. Barber of Baghdad, Cornelius, 48. Barcarolle, Chopin, 424, 431. Barna, Michael, 198, 199. Barnett, J.F., 385. Barry, C.A., 127, 139. Bartolini, 416. Baudelaire, 19. Bauer, Caroline, Reminiscences of, 241 to 244, Harold, 174, 435. Bale, Frederick, 308, Willard, 308. Beatrix, Balzac, 39. Beato, Fra, 84. Beethoven, 4, 5, 6, 10, 13, 30, 31, 32, 52, 54, 55, 62, 67, 84, 105, 115, 120, 160, 171, 179, 185, 186, 202, 204, 210, 217, 281, 375, 381, 408, 409, 411, 413, 420, 432, Festival at Bonn, 225, 376, His Piano, 262, 339, Statue of, unveiled, 226. Beethoven ETSES Trois Styles, von Lenz, 201. Belgiojoso, Princess Christina, 8, 14, 16, 42, 82, 286. Belloni, 213, 237. Bendix, Max, 66. Benedict, Julius, 283, 284. Berceuse, Chopin, 186, 424. Bergerac, Emile, 320. Beringer, Oscar, 376, 377. Berlioz, 5, 6, 8, 10, 17, 19, 20, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 36, 47, 53, 55, 64, 67, 82, 85, 105, 145, 155, 157, 158, 169, 171, 183, 186, 193, 200, 204, 258, 259, 282, 300, 337, 411, 415, account of his friendship with Liszt, 210 to 217, letter to Liszt, 215 to 217. Bern, 81. Berta, 91. Bethman, Simon Maritz, 15. B. Oscar, 433. Bielgorski, Count, 294, 296, 297. Birmingham Musical Festival, 195. Bishop, Sir Henry, 307. Bismarck, 179. Bizet, 378 to 380. Blackwood's Magazine, 304. Blaise de Berry, Baron, article on Liszt, 218, 219. Blessington, Countess of, 252. Basella, 165. Bach, Anna, 276. Borodin, 24, 27. Biskovitz, 425. Bosendorfer, 171. Bossuet, 26. Bourget, Paul, 141. Bovary, Emma, 16. Brahm, Otto, 332. Brahms, 9, 19, 53, 57, 153, 185, 187, 375, 405, 408, 421, 424, 425, 433. Brandes, George, 5. Briadenstein, Professor, 226. Breithaupt, Rudolf, 402. Breitkopf and Hartel, 94, 197, 408. Brendel, Franz, pupil, 194. Brepel, 28. Brief und Schriften, von Bülow, 179. Bright, John, 11. Broadwood Piano, 339. Bronsart, Hans von, pupil, 172, Ingeborg von, 401, 436. Bulgarin, 124. Bülow, Daniela von, 279, Hans von, Liszt's favorite pupil, 15, 19, 21, 45, 93, 96, 101, 136 to 138, 168, 176, 177, 179, 228, 229, 362, 402, 420, 422, 423, Appreciation of Die Ideal, 136, Criticism of, 398, 400. Bunsen, von, 83. Burmeister, Richard, pupil, 24, 52, 177, 178, 340, 359, 425. Burne-Jones, 18. Busoni, Ferruccio, 402, 408, 425, 428, 435. Byron, 11, 16, 34, 115, 124, 398. Cabiner, 29. Collett, 28. Calvo Corsi, 56. Campo Santo of Pisa, 175. Canterbury, Lord, 252. Carrollsfield, Jachner von, 79. Carreno, Teresa, 402, 436, 437. Casanova, 34. Caterani, Cardinal, 49. Cadel, 89. Cesano, Marquise. C. Olga Janina. Chamber Music, 195. Chaminade, Cecile, 436. Chantevoine, Jean, 56. Charpentier, 10. Chateaubriand, 11, 26, 29, 43, 64. Quillard, 226. Cherubini, 204. Chopin, Frédéric François, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 14, 15, 17, 19, 26, 29, 38, 39, 40, 43, 59, 60, 63, 73 to 77, 145, 186, 201, 204, 238, 282, 287, 288, 300, 308, 328, 367, 372, 375, 381, 405, 408, 415, 416, 418, 419. Chorley, 225, 228, 252. Christoph, Jean, Description of Liszt, 2. Church Music, 187, 188, 190, 193, 194. Cimarosa, 80. Circord, Madame de, 319, 320. Clementi, 62, 302. Koblenz, Tribute from Citizens of, 244. Cognetti, Mademoiselle, 98. Colin, von, 115. Cologne, Cathedral at, 248. Kalpach, Munkocz's Castle in Luxembourg, 25, 44, 280. Comet Tant, Oscar, Satirical Sketch of, 219, 220. Concerto, Bach, 293. Concerto, Beethoven, 202. Concerto, Chopin, 396, 424, 426, 428, 430. Concerto, Tchaikovsky, 422. Concertstück, Webers, 212, 219, 288, 293. Consalvi, Cardinal, 79. Constant, Benjamin, 11. Conversation on Music, Rubinstein, 156. Coriolanus, Beethoven's, 115. Cornelius, Peter, Pupil, 19, 22, 27, 28, 83, 89, 139, 165, 260, 362, 419. Correggio, 28. Correspondent, the, 210. Cosima von Bülow Wagner, 15, 20, 23, 25, 44, 49, 58, 93, 96, 101, 141, 228. Cottelot, Augusta, 436. Coutts, Baroness Burdett, 312. Craig, Gordon, 332. Kramer, J.B., 62, 184, 225, 302. Crux Fidelis, Choral, 133. Crystal Palace, London, 139. Cymbal Effects in Piano Playing, 161. Zaki, Archbishop of, 200. Czerny, Karl, 13, 72, 73, 182, 184, 302, 308, 317, 406. Chinka, Pana, A Gypsy Girl, 199. Diagold, Comte Charles, 15, Countess, Marie-Sophie de Flerigny, 3, 14, 15, 25, 37, 39 to 41, 43, 80, 85, 86, 87, 246, 247, 259, 391. D. Albert, Eugen, pupil, 24, 174, 359, 370, 372, 402, 428, 432. Damnation de Faust, Berlioz, 199. Damrosch, Leopold, pupil, 118, 138, 139, 174, 197. D. Angers, David, 416. Den Ruther, 20, 152, 181, 191, 193. Dante, 8, 147 to 152, 155, Gallery, Rome, 382. Danton, 220, 221. Danube Flood, 81. Danzinger Rosebald, Laura, 436. Davies, Fanny, 436. Da Vinci, 28. Debatz, the, 211. Debirio, 283. Debussy, 10, 31. Demel, Richard, 332. Delacroix, 5. Delaroche, 16, 28. De Musset, 39. De Pachman, Vladimir, 24, 61, 423, 427, 429 to 431, 432. De Quincey, 27. De Vriend, Ludwig, 139. Dictionary of Musicians, 385. Dietrich Stein, Prince, 359. Dilke, Wentworth, 228. Dinglist, 48. Diorama, the, 152. Dobrgen, Liszt's birthplace. C. Rating. Doler, 17. Donaghy, 425. Don Carlos, 241. Donizetti, 63, 86. Doppler, Franz, 158. Dori, Gustav, 28. D. Ortegon Liszt, 217, 218. Dust Sisters, 436. Drazik, 21. Ducas, 10. Duplessis, Marie, 19. Dupre, Jules, 11. Dwight, John S., Boston musical critic, interview with Liszt, 228, 229. Eckermann, 64. Edict of Louis XII, 80. L. Education Sentimental, Flaubert, 26. Ellard, Louis, 17, 363. El Greco, 28. Eliot, George, 43, 47, 53, 436, Weimar Recollections of, 258. Ellet, Mrs., Account of a Liszt concert in Cologne, 248, 249. Ellis, Havelock, 12 on Fantin, Pere Prosper, 14. A. Purges, 198. Erard Piano, 59, 301, 318, 323. Ernani, 258. Ernst, Paul, 332. Escudier, Leon, description of Danton's statuette of Liszt, 220, 221, incident at one of Henry Hearse's concerts, 221, 222. Esipov, Annette, 436, 437. Essler, Fanny, 235. Esterhazy, Prince, 304, Estates, 12. Etruscan Museum, 83. Etude, the, 381. Etudes, Chopin, 75. Euryanthe, Overture 2, 181. Faelton, 425. Fallersleben, Hoffmann von, Lyric Poet, 165, 260. Fantasia, Bach, 383. Fantasia, Schumann, 57. 4, 281. Faust, Lenaz, 71. Faustovica, Bean, Wagner's, 143. Fay, Amy, 38, 436. Fyodorovna, Empress Alexandra, 295. Fides and Moschles, 185. Feuerbach, 89. Fichtner, Pauline, 24. Field, 368. Figaro, the, London, 384. Fink, Henry T., 165, 179, 194, 196, 314. Fischer, Senior, 345, Wilhelm, 147. Fiskov, 226. Flaubert, Gustave, 16, 26. Flavinet, Vicomte, 15. Foyadier, 18. Francia, 84. Francis Joseph, King of Hungary, 96. Frank, Caesar, 435. Franz, Robert, 19, 66, 229, 411. Frederick, Piano Tuner, 287. Frederick Chopin, Niecks, 74. Freemasons' Journal, the, 389. Freskutz, Webers, 205, 214. Friedheim, Arthur, Pupil, 24, 70, 359, 368 to 373, 425. Mrs. Arthur, 436. Gabrilowitsk, Ossip, 425, 433. Golitsyn, Prince, Governor-General of Moscow, 294. Galeria Dantesca, 102. Garcia, Viardot, 388. Garibaldi, 89. Gall, Cecilia, 276, 436. Gautier, Judith, 17, Marguerite, 40, Théophile, 5, 11. Gauze, Rudolph, 425, 435. Gazette Musicale, Paris, 77, 179, 193, 287, 288. Geneva, 15, 81. Genoa, 81. George IV, 304. Garrick, Conductor, 147, 151. Gervais, 359. Gill, 21. Gillett, 281. Giocati Bonaventi, A, 390. Jurgen, 28. Glinka, 297, 298. Gluck, 30, 84. Goddard, Arabella, 436. Godowski, Leopold, 402, 425, 435, 437. Goethe, 9, 11, 15, 19, 22, 34, 43, 47, 64, 78, 84, 85, 88, 89, 113, 145, 146, 155, 165, 167, 196, 211, 223, 279, 328, 329, 330, 436, Foundation, 48. Goethe Schiller Monument, unveiling of, 133. Gollerick, August, pupil and biographer, 44, 49, 55, 57, 58, 98, 118, 359. Goncourt, 26. Gott, Joseph, 381. Gottschalk, A.W., pupil, 21, 56, Franz Liszt in Weimar, 358. Gounod, 217. Gratis, Clementi, 59. Grave, 280. Gran, Hungary, Basilica at, 188. Gregorovius, 78, 79, 88, 89, 91, 93, 98, 102. Gregory 7, 56, 14, 83. Grieg, Edward, 24, 425, Piano Concerto, 313 to 316. Grove, Sir George, 385. Grunfeld, Alfred, 425. Grunwald, Matthew, 28. Guido of Arezzo, 73. Gumprecht, 29. Habneck, conductor, 204. Hackett, Francis, 14. Hagn, Charlotte Vaughan, 42. Hahn, Arthur, 112. Honnell, Professor, 226. Hale, Philip, 5, 66, 127, 135, 151, 171, 174, 320. Halaby, 204, 378. Hall, Walter, conductor, 192. Hamburg, Mark, 425, 434. Handel, 31, 120, 304, 381. Handley, Mrs., 319. Hanslick, Edward, 53, 139, 171. Harold, 106. Harmonic System, 419. Hauptmann, 385. Haydn, 10. Haydn, Joseph, 12, 31, 84, 105, 142, 160, 172, 409. Healy, 417. Hegel, 233. Hegner, Otto, 425. Heine, 9, 11, 17, 124, 165, Reminiscences of Liszt, 234 to 241. Helbig, Madame Nadine, Princess Nadine Tchaikovsky, pupil, 42, 102. Henderson, W.J., 192, on the Saint Elizabeth Legend, 192, 193. Henselt, 209. Herder, Jonathan Gottfried, 130, 328. Hermann, Karl, pupil, 276. Herweg, George, 235. Hers, Henry, 17, 65, 221, 222, 308. Hers Parisian School, 59. Hill, Edward Burlingame, 381. Hiller, Ferdinand, 3, 35, 53, 293, 320. History of Charles XII, Voltaire, 124, of the French Revolution, François Mignet, 14. Hoffman, Richard, 425, Recollections of Liszt, 316 to 318. Hofgartner, the Liszt's residence in Weimar, 23, 58, 389. Hoffman, Joseph, 425, 434. Hohenlohe, Cardinal Prince, 22, 93, 94, 97. Hohenlohe Schillingsfürst, Prince, 48. Hope Kirk, Helen, 436. Hotel d'Alibert, Liszt's residence in Rome, 98, 340. Hour Passed with Liszt, and, by BWH, 275 to 279. Hueffer, Dr., 166. Hugo, Victor, 5, 108, 124, 152, 165, 204. Huguenots, Meyerbeers, 145. Humboldt, 48, 78. Hummel, J.N., 12, 13, 73, 202, 224, Concerto, 304, 317. Hunt, Aline, 436. Hungarian Diet, Debate in, 200, Museum, Budapest, 338. Heilstad, 425. Ideal, Die, Schiller, 133, 134. Idealism, 59. Ibsen, 71. Inchape Bell, Perry, 310. Angra, Jean Auguste Dominique, 83, 84, 416, 417. Irving, Henry, 32. Ivanowski, Peter von, father of the Princess in Wittgenstein, 45. James, Henry, 27, 141. Janin, Jules, 40, 228. Janina, Olga, pupil, 41. Yanko keyboard, 437. Janatha, Natalie, 436. Jarvis, 425. Jensen, Adolf, 363. Joachim, Joseph, pupil, 3, 19, 53, 57, 358. Josephi, Raphael, pupil, 24, 57, 63, 66, 374 to 376, 418, 421, 425, 427, 431. Jankowski, Baron, 417. Carrer, Laura, 24. Kalkbrenner, 17, 65, 201, 202, 204, 205 to 207, 302. Kapellmeister, 21. Kapp, Julius, 55, 56, 57. Karlsruhe, Music Festival at, 93. Kaulbach, Wilhelm von, 9, 28, 84, 132, 416. Kemble, Fanny, 244, Impression of Liszt, 245. Kennedy, Manager, 343, 344. Kessler, Count, 332. Kioff, 45. Kindworth, Carl, pupil, 362, 403. Kirkenberl, Carl, extracts from his Federzeichnungen aus Rom, 267 to 275. Kissingen, 280. Kistner, Leipzig Publisher, 414. Klar, Edwin, pupil, 425. Klein-Mickels Piano Score, 142. Klindworth, Agnes Street, 42. Klinger, Max, 331, 334. Klinkerfuss, Johanna, 24. Kloss, George, 389. Kohler, Louis, pupil, 138. Kovacs, 338. Kovalensky, Sonia, 437. Kraftmayer, von Wolzogen, 57. Krebs, Marie, 436. Krebiel, H.E., 10. Kremlin, 29. Krehuber, 417. Krakow, Countess, 363. Kulak, 383. Lamara, Marie Lipsius, pupil, 35, 39, 41, 44, 49. Lamartine, 9, 204, 398. Lamb, Charles, 30. Lammer, Juliet, Criticism of George Sand, 39. Lambert, Alexander, pupil, 174, 425. Lamenize, 14, 79. Lamont, Frederick, 312, 425. Landesmusikakademie, 97. Lagny, Joanne von, 199. La Prunered, Adele, Duchesse de Fleury, pupil, 37. Lassen, 19. Lossot, Jesse Hillebrand, 42. Lavenue, 309, 310. Legouvet, Ernest, 214, Comparison of Liszt and Thalberg's playing, 281 to 291, 416. Lehmann, 259. Leipzig School, 52. Lenau, 71, 398. Lenbach, 416, 417. Lenz, von, pupil, account of his acquaintance with Liszt, 201 to 210. Leonora Overture, Beethoven's, 153. Leo 12, 80, 13, 345, 390. Leopold I, Emperor, 198. Leschetitsky, 436. Lettre d'un voyageur, George Sand, 322. Larand, 416. Lawald, Fanny, 79. Lewis, George Henry 43, 48. Levin, 425, 435, Madam, 436. Lichnowsky, Prince Felix, 241 to 243. Liedertafel, Rhenish, 248, 249. Lai, Erika, 313. Lillian Kron, Baron Ditlev von, 331. Lind, Jenny, 403. Lindemann Frummel, 89. Lionmala, 298. Lipsius, Marie. C. Lamara. Listemann, Conductor, 147. Liszt, Adam, 12, 317, Analoger, 12, Blandine, 15, 90, 97, Cosima, C. Cosima von Bülow Wagner, Daniel, 15, 16, 97, Edward, 169. Liszt, Franz, Abuse of, in Germany, 3, Affectation in his work, 157, Alters harmonic minor scale, 163, Amiability of, 21, Amusing story of conversion, 320 to 326, Anecdotes, 57, 58, 101, 142, 180, 221, 237, 243, 254, 255, 378, Appreciation of Saint-Saëns, 104, 105, as a teacher, 14, 23, as abbé, 18, 50, 97, 267, 275, biographers of, 51, 55, 56, 101, birth of, 11, 12, birthplace of, 13, boyhood of, 13, 14, 300 to 305, in Budapest, 97, character of his music, 29, 30, 78, children of, 15, 16, 86, 359. Chivalry of, 11, 34, 56, Chopin's obligation to, 6, 73 to 77, comment on his 13th Psalm, 194, 195, comparison of established symphonic form with that devised by Liszt, 140, compared with Wagner, 108, 143, 144, as composer, 1, 2, 13, 14, 20, 31, 35, 43, 52 to 56, 86, 90, 103, 144, 327, 377, 409 to 413, concerts of 34, 212, 221, 223, 224, 230, 235, 248, 288, 292, 293, 302, 305, 319, as conductor, 2, 87, 135, 258, 377, conducts at Aix-la-Chapelle, 135, conducts in Berlin, 137, conducts at Prague, 136. Conducts at Pest, 94, 96, conducts in Rome, 94, conducts in Weimar, 88, conversation of, 258, 259, 276, court musical director, Weimar, 22, 46, 47, creator of the symphonic poem, 26, 27, 106, 139, 140, criticisms regarding, 2, 8, 14, 17, 21, 64, 153 to 158, 194, 360, 399, and the Countess d'Agoult, 14 to 16, 80, 81, 85, 391, daily mode of life, 99, 100, death of, 1, 2, 25, 280, dedications, 57, 100, 169, 172, description of his ideal of romantic religious music, 193, in England, 300 to 313. Fascinating personality of, 45, 235, 236, 241, 246, 256, 257, feminine friendships of, 34 to 43, fingering, 74, 187, Freemason, 389, friendship with Berlioz, 212, friendship with Cardinal Prince Hohenlohe, 22, friendship with Chopin, 14, 40, friendship with Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, 83, 84, and Marguerite Gautier, 40, generosity of, 24, 101, 257, 258, gifts from sovereigns, 328, greatest contribution to art, 4, hand of, 328, 339, illness of, 44, 135, impressionability of, 8, 10, 11. Improvisations of, 82, 180, 181, indebtedness to Chopin, 76, influence of Berlioz, 17, 55, 411, influence of Chopin, 17, 145, 411, influence of gypsy music, 160, influence of Meyerbeer, 145, influence of Paganini, 17, influence of Wagner, 191, ingratitude of Schumann, 57, on instruments of percussion, 170, 171, interest in German art, 90, interest in Tausig, 362, interpretation, 87, interview with, 228, 229, Intimacy with Prince Lichnowsky, 241 to 243, Intrigues Against, 22, Introduces. Interlocking Octaves, 77, Introduces the Piano Recital, 71, 419, and Olga Janina, 41, Lack of Appreciation of, 31, 141, 229, and the Countess Adele Laprunared, 37, Letters of, 9, 35, 37, 44, 46, 92, 135, 136, 138, 143, 150, 169, 170, 171, 179, 194, 195, 197, 219, 279, 280, 289, 290, 394, 414, Literary Work of, 19, 20, in London, 300 to 313, Loss of Piano Method, Part 3, 358, Love Affairs of, 2, 3, 19 to 23, 36 to 41, 88, and Lola Montez, 40, 41, Musical Style of, 4, 181, Musical Imagination, 8, 146. Notation, 187, Number of Compositions, 56, Orchestral Form, 194, Orchestral Instrumentation, 157, Orchestral Music of, 32, 123, 190, as organ composer, 401, 402, original compositions of, 412, 413, on origin of his Tasso, 115, on origin of his Orpheus, 121, parents of, 12, 14, 251, in Paris, 13, 24, patience of, 27, pedaling, 62, 99, 187, pen picture of, 57, personal appearance, 18, 82, 98, 204, 231, 255, 262, 269, 276, 296, 297, personal characteristics, 2, 3, 17, 66, 71, 327, pianoforte. Virtuoso, 1, 2, 8, 14, 16, 18, 43, 56, 73, 94, 106, 247, 251, 252, 420, piano music of, 10, 11, 53, 66, 123, 168, 187, 409 to 413, piano recitals, 82, 83, 179, 308 to 311, 419, piano reform, 91, piano of, 328, 340, 342, 343, 394, and the Countess Louis Plater, 37, playing of, 17, 60 to 64, 87, 99, 141, 161, 208, 214, 223, 224, 232, 233, 238 to 240, 253, 266, 277, 278, 285, 292, 314, 316, 421, plays Weber's sonatas, 207, 208, plays at Berlioz's, 210, at Bizet's, 379, at Court of Wittenberg, 252, at Karlsruhe, 93, at Legevas, 215, at Munkaczys, 25, at Tolstoy's, 102, at Windsor Castle, 304, portraits of, 16, 18, 42, 261, 289, 338, 416, 417, prediction at birth of, 12, predominating artistic influences, 17, prophecy of, 100, public speaking of, 179, 213, 226, 227, pupils of, 24, 36, 42, 51, 52, 57, 91, 98, 185, 263, 353 to 388, alphabetical list of pupils, 353 to 358, reading of, 14, realism of, 67, reformer of church music, 2, religious fervor of, 89 to 92, 97, 98, 196, residences in and around Rome, 343, revolutionist, 142, romanticism of, 11, 14, 28, in Rome, 78 to 85, 89 to 97, 102, in Russia, 294 to 300, and Caroline de Saint Cricq, 36, 37, and George Sand, 39, 40, 247, and the Princesse in Wittgenstein, 19 to 24, 43 to 51, Schumann's indebtedness to, 56, as songwriter, 165 to 168, started new era in Hungarian music, 160, statues of, 13, 18, 220, 221, 332, success of, 13, 52, as teacher, 14, 97, 100, 209, 339, 358, 395 to 397, technique of, 34, 62, 70, 72, 152, 313, 402, 407, 421, 437, temperament of, 28, 29, tempo, 164, 165, 187, testimonials, 328, theological studies of, 95, theory of gypsy music, 20, thought his career a failure, 26, tirelessness of, 17, tomb of, 25, 58, the triangle, 170 to 172, tribute by Wagner, 23, variety of rhythms of, 31, versatility of, 51, 88, 144, on virtuosity, 392, 393, Wagner's indebtedness to, 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, 31, 55, 141 to 144, Wagner's praise, 9, 103, 142, Wanderings of, 34, 70, 81, 85, 87, 93, 94 to 96, 97, in Weimar, 19, 23, 46, 47, 87, 88, 96, 169, 329, writing. For solo and choral voices, 190. Liszt, Franz works, Alleluia, 92. Angelus, 195, 196. Apparitions, the, 66. Ave Maria, 92, 224, 294. Ballad in B minor, 399. Ballades, 66, 186. Benediction de Dieu, 143. Berceuse, 186. Chorzio Herders and Feselti Prometheus, 130, 131. Chorus of Angels, 196, 197. Concert Study, 430. Concertos, 168 to 174, 187, Concerto Pathetic in E minor, 66, 177, 178, Concerto for Piano and Orchestra, No. 1, in E flat, 67, 168 to 172, Concerto for Piano, No. 2, in A major, Concert Symphonique, 66, 172 to 174. Consolations, 187, 412. Don Sancho, 14. Elegiac, the, 66. Etudes, 66, 72, 181 to 185, 305, 408, Etude in D flat, 99, Etude in F minor, number 10, 72, Etudes de concert, 3, 72, 184, Etudes d'exécution transcendante, 12, 72, 86, 181, 182, Etudes en deux exercices, OP1, 181, Etudes, second set of, 182, Abirato, 66, 72, 184, 185, Au bord d'une source, 70, 72, Au lac de Wallenstadt, 72, Danse Macabre, 84, 182, 187, Furfallets, 72, 184, Nomen Rajon, 72, 92, 184, 400, Harmonies du Soir, 72, 183, 184, Ehrlichter, 400, Reiserdanza, 72, 184, 187. Studies of Storm and Dread, 183, Vision, 183, Wild Jagud, 183, Waldus Rauskin, 72, 92, 184, Excelsior, 143. Evocatio in der Sixtinischen Kapelle, 90, 143. Fantasias, 179 to 181, 401, Agnès de Pèlerinage, 11, 66, 70, 86, 152, 187, 412, Fantasia on Don Juan, 298, 407, 418, 432, Fantasia Dramatique, 187, Fantasia on Reminiscences of Puritani, 82, Fantasia on Themes by Puccini, 292, Fantaisie quasi sonata opere un lecture de Dante, 86, Il Penseroso, 84, 86, Operatic Fantasias, 180, 181, Lucia, 63, 180, Sonnambula, 180, Sposalizio, 84, 86, Tre Sonetti di Petrarca, 86, 187. Funeral March on occasion of Maximilian of Mexico's death, 96. Galop Chromatique, 293, 298. Glanes de Wuranus, 25. Harmonies, 412, Harmonies Pestix et Religieuses, 66. Heilige Cecilia, Die, Essay, 84. Hungarian Gypsy Music, Book on, 19. Hungarian March, 317. Legends, 66, 412, Legend of Saint Elizabeth, 88, 90, 143, 191 to 193, 272, 273,